Why? Such a curious little question with so many big answers. Why do birds sing? Why do earthquakes happen? Why did dinosaurs go extinct? Why is exactly why the California Academy of Sciences exists and why we explore the world and share our discoveries with you. Uncover our scientific specimens, watch a penguin feeding, or sharks and rays on our live
A truck driver searches across America for her wife, who she had long assumed was dead.
I want to start by saying that this is not a story. It's a road trip.
Alice Isn't Dead, a new serial fiction podcast from the team behind the hit podcast Welcome to Night Vale.
Same difference. In a good one, the start is exciting and the finish is satisfying, and we end up a long way from where we started.
Starring Jessica Nicole. Subscribe for free on Google Play.
Have no place to go. Have no place to go. Darling, have no place to go. Have no place to go. Goodbye, baby. Yes, I'm going. Yes, I'm going. Goodbye, baby. Yes, I'm going. Yes, I'm going.
is not to ring the bell backward, nor is it an incantation to summon the spectre of a rose. We cannot revive old factions, we cannot restore old policies, or follow an antique drum.
You know that I won't be untrue. You know that I won't be a liar. If I was to say to you, boy, oh, we couldn't get much higher. Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Try to set the night on fire. Try to set the night on fire. The time to hesitate is through. No time to wallow in the mud. Try now, we can only lose. And our love becomes a funeral pyre. Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Try to set the night on fire. On fire. You know that I won't be untrue. You know that I will be a liar. If I was to say to you, boy, we couldn't get much higher. Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Fire. The time to hesitate is through. No time to wallow in the mud. Try now, we can only lose. And our love become a funeral fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Try to get this night on fire. Try to get this night on fire. Fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Light it up, my fire. Come on, baby. Come on, baby, light my fire. Won't you give me so much higher? Light my fire, light my fire. You know that I wouldn't be untrue. You know that I would be a liar.
here, what the weather doing with you all, and how it's my niece and grandnephew and everybody. Okay, just touching base. We are okay. All right. God bless you. Bye-bye now. Okay.
into the dark. Now we step into the dark. Now we step into the dark. Now we step into the dark.
This guy's on. Hi, hello everyone in the auditorium. Make yourselves comfortable. Go grab some drinks and pizza outside if you like. We're gonna get started at 6:45 on the dot. That is 20 minutes away. If you want to check out our Twitter page, follow the handle at We Are Wearables. We have our live feed there as well. So start tweeting, start the conversation outside. Hashtag WWTO. We'll be back in 20.
Now we step into the dark. 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 I know trouble waits outside that door. Now we step into the dark.
Hello, everyone. We're about to get started in just about 5 minutes. Please take your seats.
Andre, do you mind opening? Hi everyone, we're going to get started in less than a minute. So if you're coming in right now or if you're standing, if you'd like a seat, we've got a few seats scattered amongst the crowd. So come on in and make yourself comfortable. Where is everyone from? Well, they're all presenters. Thanks, Mom. Are we good? All right, everyone, we're going to get started here. If you're making your way in, please continue to. Please find a seat or stand in the back. But we've got a jam-packed agenda tonight, and I want to make sure we leave everyone with enough time to see the amazing set of content that we put together tonight. So hello, everyone. My name is Paula. I am the co-organizer of We Are Wearables. Oh, thank you. And I'll be your MC for tonight. So on behalf of Tom and We Are Wearables, I want to welcome you all for being here tonight for this very special Women and Wearables edition of WWTO. We specifically curated the content and handpicked each of the presenters, sponsors, and exhibitors tonight with a goal to raise awareness, drive conversation, and to create action around the need for diversity and inclusion in the tech industry, and also the Toronto wearable and hardware space. It's been an event that we've wanted to do for a really long time at this scale based off of popular demand. That means all of you at some point or another have given us feedback that you wanted this event, so thank you so much for coming and taking action for tonight. We could not have done this without the passion, support, many laughs from Amanda Costco, founder of Electric Runway, and our official sponsor tonight, so let's please give her a hand. From our video prep calls, where she was on the beaches of Miami or in a Starbucks somewhere downtown, she always made our prep calls and is a driving force to bringing us all together here tonight. I hope that you embrace her energy and learn from her deep knowledge in the industry, but at the intersection of fashion and tech, as much as we at We Are Wearables have benefited from her over the past few years. Before I begin to ask our event sponsors up to the stage, I want to quickly share a story to set the tone for tonight. I had the tremendous opportunity to go watch Gloria Steinem speak at Roy Thompson Hall last year, and I was amazed at how humbled and grounded she was during her presentation. She took quite a few moments at the beginning of her speech to also set the tone as well, and I want to recreate that here tonight. In a room that was full, where the audience was full and not too dissimilar to this one, she asked everyone to picture everyone on the stage around a campfire to share stories and to celebrate one another's successes. So I want to do that tonight as well. But she did that and spoke to the lost art of storytelling and connecting one-to-one with others without judgment and without distraction. It was a powerful feeling and experience that we're going to recreate here tonight. So think of the stage as a campfire, or we're at a nice dinner party with 400 of your friends. And we're going to tell some stories and celebrate our accomplishments. Either way, my hope is that we connect one-to-one without judgment and without distraction tonight to celebrate who we are, what brought us here, and what we can do together. Look around the room, look to your left, look to your right. Something special is already happening. So thank you to everyone for coming here tonight. All right, so we want to give a quick shout out to our sponsors. All of them are listed here. There are too many to mention. All of our sponsors have always raised their hand and been huge supporters of We Are Wearables. Without them, we could not be doing what we are doing tonight or every month. Like I mentioned, we've got a jam-packed agenda. We've got the heavyweights of hardware from people traveling in from San Francisco, from Florida, all over the country coming here tonight. So this is a really special event for us tonight. You'll see them all listed above here. We've got some presenters, a keynote talk. We've got a panel discussion, as well as the female hardware pitch competition tonight. That's just what's happening in this room. We haven't even talked about what's outside yet, which is the demo area. And again, for tonight, we've got a specially curated expo area with either female-founded companies or female design companies in mind. So if you need a break and you want to go outside, check them out there. Or at the end of the night, after the competition, we invite you to go outside and do a little networking out there. Today also marks a major milestone for We Are Wearables. This time last year, Tom and I were high-fiving each other at 3,000 members. We took a look at the books, and we were pretty excited about that. Tonight, we're celebrating 8,000 members, so that's twice as large as we were last year, so thank you all. Our call to action tonight is thank you for coming here, but if you haven't signed up to be a member yet at the meetup group for We Are Wearables, please go ahead and make an account today so that we can keep our community growing. oops, that back one. There we go, thank you. Mark these in your calendar. These are our next events. You're going to see more details as we go through the motions to bring those events to you together. You can find all the details at meetup.com at the We Are Wearables site. Another really important sponsor for us tonight is Mars. That includes the people who have given us this room, the concourse outside, our AV team, and all the special people that bring us here together at Mars. Definitely check them out if you're interested as well. And we've also partnered up with CFC and Idea Boost to bring together the hardware pitch competition tonight, which we're gonna get into tonight, and that one's you're definitely going to stay for. Hershey and Gold Silver, pizza and beer. If you got a drink and you got some pizza, you'll want to thank Sam. Come on up.
You're so welcome. I spent hours baking the pizza by hand this morning. So some of you might be looking at me and thinking I'm a ghost or something, because I actually exist. For those of you who've only ever seen my partner, Corey, I am the Gold Silver, the better looking, smarter half of Hershey and Gold Silver. And I'm so excited that I get a chance to get out of my locked cell. He let me out for the night since they asked for a woman to come up and say a couple words. But actually, a few weeks ago, we celebrated International Women's Day, and every year I kind of see some headlines and whatnot. And this year I saw everyone on Facebook wishing each other a happy Women's Day, and it was quite odd, but really exciting that everyone was suddenly galvanized, perhaps because of the political climate, who knows, but suddenly there's this palpable feeling of empowerment among women. And so to be a part of this women in tech community and part of this amazing night is really an honor. It's great to be part of WWTO, and thank you all for coming, and enjoy the drinks and the pizza.
Proto 3000 is another long-standing sponsor of ours as well. They're usually in the demo area. They're not here tonight, but definitely check them out. They've got some exciting things happening. BetaKit, Jessica. BetaKit has been our media sponsor for quite some time as well. I'm going to invite Jessica up to the stage to share a few words.
Good evening, everyone. So I'm just curious, show of hands, how many of you know what BetaKit is? All right, so there's quite a few of you, but if there's one person who doesn't know, that's one too many. So, so we are your source for Canadian tech news and everything having to do with innovation. So whether you're interested in health tech and fintech, or you want to stay on the pulse of conversations in our community about diversity and inclusion, you go to BetaKit for that. But if you're here for these straight goods on wearables, we've got you covered there too. Because Tom Emmerich is not only the founder of We Are Wearables, he's also a senior editor at BetaKit. And every Monday, he delivers the Wearable Weekly hot and fresh in your inbox for you to enjoy. So go on betakit.com, check out our newsletter tab, and smash that subscribe button. So yeah, thanks so much for listening to my spiel, and hope you enjoy listening to these amazing women tonight as I am.
Thank you, Jessica. Meta, huge name that we are so proud to have here tonight. Karen's gonna have a chance to take the stage, but who here's had a chance to try the Meta mixer outside? Yeah, I did. I had a couple, just to cut the edge, and they were delicious. Thank you so much for Meta. So check out the Meta mixer outside. Hashtag that. Take lots of pictures. Thank you, Meta, for being here. And Lake Wilcox Brewery, Pizza is a staple here right now. If we do not hear this, this is probably the second biggest feedback that we get from you. So we are happy to bring this to you each and every time. Thank you to Hershey and Gold Silver again for bringing pizza and beer to us. All right, someone else that we want to thank tonight is Women of Wearables, based out of the UK. They've been a huge supporter of this particular event, and we wanted to give them a huge shout out. Check out their page and follow along there. There's an interesting conversation happening there too, so check them out. Ladies Learning Code. We can't have a women and tech conversation without having Ladies Learning Code here, so I'm going to invite Carolyn Van to come up.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Carolyn. Thanks for the intro. I'm director at Ladies Learning Code. So show of hands, who has heard of the organization? Great. Okay. Awesome. So yeah, tonight I definitely recognize a couple of familiar faces. For those of you who I don't know yet, looking forward to getting to know you. So yeah, we are a not-for-profit organization, really focused on addressing this diversity in tech issue head-on by designing technical education experiences for women. Doesn't seem like it by the looks of this room, but we're all very aware that it's still very much a problem by the fact that we have to have an event like this is evident that it still is an issue today. Also understanding that it's a very systemic, that the issues that exist is very systemic and starts very, very young. We've also focused on kids learning code, girls learning code, teens learning code, which is for high school girls, and teachers learning code, trying to get teachers in school boards to introduce computational thinking in primary school. So, I feel like I'm preaching to the choir here that we're very aware that technology is only becoming a stronger and stronger superpower to change the future, to shape the future. So we want to make sure that all of the educational experiences really reflect something that makes our nation as strong as it is, which is our diversity. So, is this for the next slide? Okay, so we are celebrating our 150 years, Canada 150 in June. June 1st to the 8th is Canada Learning Code Week. This is going to be the very first year where we're going to bring Canadians of all ages, of all socioeconomic backgrounds, of all educational backgrounds together to learn about some of the very important events and moments in Canadian history while learning how to code. So if you want to learn more about it, come visit us. We're out there amongst all of you other cool folks that have your demo booths out there. Come chit-chat with us to find out how you can get involved. We really couldn't be what we are without the support of amazing organizations and our huge heap loads of volunteers. So I look forward to getting to know you all and for the rest of the event. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn and Ladies Learning Code, for being here. They also have a booth outside, so go and check that out as well if you're interested in learning more tonight. For WW Gives Back, this is another opening note that we just had to talk through tonight. Last year we took wearables to kids at the Albion Toronto Public Library branch. This year we are aiming to have 3 community events to bring wearables to the community, including libraries, schools, and hospitals. Call to action tonight is that we are looking for volunteers, opportunities, sponsors, and tech enthusiasts. I'm going to ask Andre, our volunteer, to stand up. This is Andre, everyone. He's going to be leading the charge for this specific initiative, so thank you so much. His email address is up there, so reach out to him if you're interested in learning more or helping out. We need all the help that we can get. So you can join the conversation here using the hashtag WWTO, as well as the handle @WeAreWearables. We are also live streaming for the very first time. Tom has tweeted out the live link, so take a look at that using the hashtag WWTO and retweet it. We would love to bring people outside of these 4 walls to also join the conversation as well, as many as we can. It wouldn't be a We Are Wearables event without our popular contest. So thanks to Bellabeat and Natatmo for providing us with some hardware here. How do you win this? Well, you have to use the hashtag WWTO. You need to follow those 4 handles on the bottom left-hand side, take a picture of this, and then we're going to be running the contest at the end of the pitch competition. Is that correct, Tom? End of the pitch competition, and we're going to announce the winners on Twitter. So get your phones out and ready, take a picture of this. You really don't want to miss these devices. They're super fun. All right. So without further ado, I want to call up Amanda Costco, founder of Electric Runway.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me okay? It is my absolute honor and privilege to welcome you to WWTO Women and Wearables Edition. Thank you so much for being here. My name is Amanda Costco, and for those of you who don't know me, I am a journalist focused on the intersection of fashion and technology, as well as the founder of Electric Runway. Electric Runway has a mission to bring you stories, expertise, and inspiration from the front lines of fashion tech. We are also invested in community building, so we do lots of events, including this one. And obviously, my investment in fashion and technology touches wearables, which is why you've seen me on this stage before. So before I get into my talk today, I would just like to highlight a couple events coming up that Electric Runway is going to be involved in. I'm going to be hosting Make Fashion on April 1st. That's this Saturday in Calgary, Alberta. If you haven't heard of it, Make Fashion is a high-tech, high-fashion runway show that asks audiences to consider wearable technology beyond the wrist. And then on May 2nd, we've teamed up with Startup Here Toronto, the City of Toronto, the Design Exchange, and Modiface to bring you in-store, an immersive event on the future of retail, and that's here in Toronto. So if either of those sound interesting to you, talk to me after the show and we'll get you hooked up. Now, on to today's topic, women and wearables. So it's my thesis, and I invite you to argue with me, because that's what we're all about here at WWTO, is dialogue. It is my thesis that women are emotional and social, but that's exactly what wearable technology needs right now. I think we're hard-pressed to enter into a conversation about women and wearables without first trying to define our terms. And I'm not going to stand up here and try to explain what it means to be a woman. And I'm not going to stand up here and really try to define wearable technology either. I think that it's a conversation that we have to enter into, understanding that the terms are slippery. What it means to identify as a woman, and what it means to talk about wearable technology in today's landscape, where that can mean anything as modest as a Fitbit to a fully immersive headset that puts you in a new reality. So we're entering into this conversation understanding that the terms are slippery, as I mentioned. But yet, there's never been a more important time to gather together. The Women's March on Washington was the largest protest in American history. And around the world, hundreds of thousands of women came together to rise up and say no to misogyny, say no to sexism. And I think that it's important that we take that message from International Women's Day, from the Women's March, and bring it back to our own communities. And that's really the impetus behind this event. How can we incite activism and equality in our own communities? Now, as someone who's interested in fashion, I was particularly interested in two symbols that came up from the Women's March. The first symbol was the pink pussy hats that were everywhere, and the second was the Future is Female t-shirt and slogan that resurfaced. I'm going to talk about the Future is Female t-shirt first. So this was a shirt that was originally made for a women's bookstore in New York. It was famously photographed by Liza Cohen on the musician Alex Dobkin, and has since resurfaced in this Women's March as a symbol of female empowerment. And the reason I bring it up here is to make the point that conversations of feminism today are in conversation with the feminism that came before us, in this instance, second wave feminism. The second reason I want to bring that shirt up is because it provokes the question, what does that mean the future is female? Where do males sit in that future if the future is female? Or perhaps, does it mean that the future could be feminine? And what would it mean to lead our businesses and our institutions with a more feminine approach? The pussy hats were interesting for me. I think that's the first time pussy has ever been said on this stage, so someone can tweet that. The pussy hats were interesting to me for two reasons. Number one, because they were a kind of viral symbol. Women wanted to make a visual statement, and the symbol of the pussy hats being everywhere throughout the marches were kind of a symbol for women's collective online activism. They were a meme. A meme is a unit for carrying cultural ideas, and normally when we think about memes, we think about internet GIFs and things like that, but I think that the pussy hats emerged as a living meme in real time. And what was also interesting to me about them is that they were knitted. And so they take something that is traditionally considered women's work, domestic activities like knitting and sewing, and repurposing them as symbols of activism. And so I think that can provide an interesting framework for our conversation today. So there was already a fashion connection to the women's movement. But as I researched it further, I was not surprised to learn that it actually went deeper. One of the main organizers of the Women's March is Bob Bland. She's actually now become the co-founder and co-chair of the Women's March. She's also a woman from my community because she is the CEO and founder of Manufacture New York. Now, if you haven't heard of it, Manufacture New York is a fashion incubator in Brooklyn with a specific interest in wearable technology, headed up by Dr. Amanda Parks, who is one of the most well-recognized creative technologists and chief technology officers in the world. And it didn't surprise me to learn that these women were involved in the march in Washington, because from my experience covering the wearable technology industry in the last couple of years, women are leaders. The women in my community are leaders. They are organizers. They are also creatives. This is Madison Maxey. She's the founder of Lumia, also based in Brooklyn. Lumia has just been given a grant to integrate heated apparel into all of the coats and blazers in Topshop. So coming to a Topshop near you, heated apparel. And that's just in Brooklyn. Those three women I just mentioned, that's just in Brooklyn. If we go over to San Francisco, we have Kristen Neidlinger, who is the founder of Sensory, someone who is bringing emotion to wearable tech. Kristen is most known for her Gur Mood sweater, which is a sweater that it reads emotion from the palm of your hand and translates that into color on the cowl of the sweater. And this is now being used in autism research. So someone who is taking what she calls extimacy, externalized intimacy, and making it a conversation in wearable technology. We can't have a conversation about women in wearables without talking about Anouk Vipret. Vipret is an internationally recognized fashion tech designer who gives new life to the female body through her connected couture. She's very interested in biomimicry, and this is her famous smoke dress. It's a dress that literally emits smoke when the wearer feels uncomfortable. So it uses sensors and she also has a spider dress, which you've probably seen before as well. But what I think is really cool about her work is she's not making tech for tech's sake. This is a new type of female expression, and it's very grounded in the female body. In Berlin, we have Lisa Lang. The women in my community are business leaders. They are CEOs. Lisa Lang is a stronghold of the wearable technology and fashion tech community in Berlin. She is taking concept and costume pieces and turning them into consumer products with the House of Electro Couture. And then here in Toronto, we have Arielle Garten, who you're going to hear from later on the panel. She is the founder of Interaction, the makers of Muse, someone who's bringing emotion and wellness to the conversation of wearable technology. We also have Kate Hartman, who you're going to hear from later, who is a creative technologist and the director of the Social Body Lab. They have a booth outside. Without Kate, so many women wouldn't be able to envision themselves in this world. Because of her leadership, they're able to. And then we also have in Victoria, Macaulay Wenner, who couldn't be here tonight but sends her regards. She's the co-founder of the Allel's Design Studio, somebody who's making 3D printed and laser cut prosthetics for amputees so they can have more of an expression with their disability. And then we have Yvonne Felix, who you're going to hear from later tonight, somebody who has been wearing technology for the last 4 or 5 years in order to be able to see. She also is the head of partnerships at eSight, as well as the heart and soul of that company, if you ask anybody who works there. So I bring all of these points up, and I should say, we haven't even begun to scratch the surface. There are so many women that I could go on to name. We just don't have time to include them all in one opening talk. But I should say that we can get on this stage and we can talk about the discrimination that women face in tech. We can get on stage and we can talk about how women only earn 75 cents on the male dollar. And I think those conversations are important, but I think it's also important to highlight the achievements of women in tech and talk about how these women are successful, not despite the fact that they're women, but because they're women, because they bring their passion and empathy to the conversation. So I hope you enjoy the rest of tonight, and I'll see you later on the panel.
Thank you so much, Amanda. And you will see her again moderating the panel in a few moments. But first, I do want to welcome a very special guest. If anybody's wondering, we are not related, although I wish we were. So I'd love to bring up Karen Kwan, Karen Kwan to talk through Women in Wearables and Seizing Opportunities, VP of Finance and Operations at Meta. Please welcome her to the stage.
Can everyone hear me? Great. There's never been a more exciting time to be a woman in wearables. Compared to your laptop or smartphone, a wearable device is considerably more personal. It's a privilege to speak with almost 1,000 like-minded individuals in this innovation hub of Toronto. Meta's chief scientist, Professor Steve Mann, refers many of his engineers from his lab at the University of Toronto. During his recent sabbatical at Meta, whoops, hold on. Oh, okay. During his recent sabbatical, he recreated his augmented reality lab at Meta. It's so inspiring to see his daughters get excited about our tech. He says they started building wearable computers when they were only 9. As VP of Finance and Operations, I'm part of the founding team at Meta, where we are building the natural machine. We want user interfaces to be easy enough for toddlers and grandparents alike to learn. Using neuroscience principles, we're able to make using computers as intuitive as your own body. We are all innovating on how humans interact with computers, so we must recognize diversity in the population and build diverse teams. Since industries such as wearables and AR are still in their nascence, now is the time for women to make an impact. Inclusivity of women has never been as important as when designing wearable tech. So many wearables focus on health and safety, interact with, or even touch your body, and become fashion statements. In these new form factors, there are issues that we may not anticipate. The journey of building wearable computers is an exhilarating but grueling adventure. Growing up in New York, I cared deeply about women's issues. However, it wasn't until I worked in Silicon Valley that I became truly fired up about them. You're about to hear a snapshot of my journey, the challenges I see for women, and how we can take action together. Being on a small executive team at Meta, I always felt heard. For the first year, the fact that I was a woman rarely even crossed my mind. As we grew, I started to stand out. Okay, press harder. Anyone going after me? So, as we grew, I started to stand out. It's easy to get acclimated and dismiss it as the status quo. As we grew, we quickly hired more women, but our stats, 15 to 30%, moved me to reach out to them. A few of the older women laughed or sighed. This is the way it is in tech. I checked industry trends, and we were on par with most other tech companies, but it bothered me, and I wanted to eventually make change. Since I attended a Barnard College, the all-women's school at Columbia University, being the only woman on a team was a new experience for me. Speaking of pink pussy hats, a Barnard woman designed that hat, Christessa 09. Since age 8, I was drawn to female role models. I was captivated by the 6th century poem ballad of Mulan. If you're familiar with the tale, you remember that Mulan used armor to masquerade as a man and represent her family in battle. Her fellow soldiers had no idea, and she saved her elderly father from having to serve. Her prerogative compelled me. Imagine at age 8, reciting a 5-minute poem in front of hundreds of people. I was later surprised when the cartoon version of the tale turned this classic story of a woman achieving equality into a love story. Mulan, with her medieval wearable technology, was the first woman to inspire me. Years later, at my high school graduation, I felt the impacts of society's portrayal of women. The 2 years ahead of me for their alumni speakers had Sex and the City actress Cynthia Nixon and songwriter Robert Lopez of Avenue Q and Frozen's Let It Go. My class listened to Mildred Dresselhaus, a famed physicist. She was the first female institute professor at MIT, first and only female winner of the National Medal of Science and Engineering, and recent recipient of the Presidential Medal of Freedom. I'm embarrassed to say, my friends and I were excited over accomplished artists, but not over pioneering female scientists. Little did I know that Mildred, with her foundational studies on carbon and nanotechnology, paved the way for all of us women to miniaturize electronics. Getting back to how I became a woman in wearables. Entering Barnard College, I had very disparate interests. I majored in classics, and I was pre-med. My first year, I was recruited to work in the IT lab. I likened my interest in IT to my aspirations of becoming a neurosurgeon. I planned to write my med school application comparing understanding and fixing computers to understanding and fixing human bodies. Thinking about it now, I get to enjoy both passions by building wearable computers. We all come into a career in technology in different ways. Obviously, I didn't go into medicine, and to the relief of my parents, I didn't go into classics. Instead, I continued working in IT and eventually in digital marketing. I took post-bac classes in business to further explore my interests. In 2012, catching up with a friend, I said, I'm taking this exciting class at Columbia Business School on how to launch a startup. That friend was Myron Gribetz, CEO and founder of Meta. He was trying to build augmented reality glasses, and I was intrigued because he was always rushing home early to hack together prototypes. In 2012, a few months later, Myron called me. You have to try this prototype, it finally works. It was the eve of Hurricane Sandy, and the whole city was preparing for the power to go out. I braved the storm. My interest was piqued, and I had to try this demo. A 45-minute subway ride later, I was playing with a virtual spaceship on the first Meta 1 prototype. Myron said to me, I cannot build a business without you. No one else I know can juggle as much as you can. Over the next 9 months, still maintaining a corporate day job, I spent evenings and weekends helping to build Meta. I initiated business partnerships, managed our Kickstarter campaign, tracked expenses, built and demoed prototypes, and coordinated communications across a global team. In April 2013, we needed money, so I scoured the web for angel investors. I came across a Google Plus article that said, Google Glass is disappointing. Wearable computing devices need to be social. This resonated with me. It was exactly what Meta was trying to do. I agonized over an introductory email to the writer, Yi Li. A week later, we were at Anna's office with this setup. That morning, we had rushed to build it for our interview with a startup incubator, Y Combinator. The first box contained our prototype. Prior to my flight to San Francisco, I stayed up all night heating the X-Acto knife over my stove to meticulously cut the plastic. Second box contained our partner's then prototype of slimmer optics. And the third contained our vision for the future of AR glasses. Driving from our interview to Yi's office, I prepped Myron on everything I learned about Yi's passions. Yi said, yes, I'm in. You're focused on the two most important areas. One, placing the sensors correctly to map the real world. And two, working full stack, from hardware all the way to user applications. You are the most ambitious team I've met. That was our first Silicon Valley moment. And he hadn't even touched my boxes. No other investor to date has agreed to invest even before trying our demo. My research paid off. A month later, Meta was featured at AWE, the Augmented World Expo. We'd also been accepted into Silicon Valley's Y Combinator and rented a house there. That was when Myron said to me, Karen, it's time to quit your safe corporate job in New York. I negotiated a livable wage and more equity. Ladies, you should always negotiate. I hopped onto a red-eye flight home and gave my 2 weeks' notice that very day. A week later, over Father's Day dinner, I casually mentioned, I'm going full-time with Meta, so I quit my job. Next week, Bowie and I are flying to California. Who doesn't love cats? I'm a native New Yorker, so on top of my new 24/7 job, I also had to learn how to drive. That was when I grew my first white hair. True, very true story. So 4 years later, Meta is over 120 people. We shipped our first developer kit, the Meta 1, in 2014. When we shipped Meta 2, we learned from our Meta 1 developers to include wider field of view and better ergonomics. In that time, I've gone from hacking together prototypes to learning how to run a business. My role is VP of Finance and Operations. I'm frequently asked, what exactly do you do at Meta? What isn't there to do at a startup? For many years, I was a one-woman finance and operations department. Turns out, the critical thinking I learned studying ancient Greek prepared me for my multifaceted roles at Meta. What I enjoyed most was analyzing every single word. Understanding all the intricacies allowed me to synthesize them into modern-day languages. Today, I derive that same satisfaction and fascination with the ways numbers tell stories in finance. One of my roles is having a pulse on all of our activity and spending. One of the other executives, making a play on my name, calls me Quanputer for my natural ability to understand detail and extrapolate valuable information. As Meta's grown, I've done financial analysis and planning, procurement and fulfillment, and scaling up our processes. In our earlier years, I managed the logistics of 30 people working and living together, many of them brilliant, but very messy men. As I've grown at Meta, I've been fortunate to find seasoned mentors who help me identify my strengths. Good mentors ask as many questions as they give you good advice. John, our CFO, teaches me about financial modeling and fundraising and continues to ask, what else do you want to learn? Jen, one of our investors, said, Karen, when I was in your role at a robotics startup, I learned the hard way that if you're going to scale, you need disciplined processes in place. And that's when I realized how much I enjoyed operations. And Sherry, an industry CFO, was the one who asked, does the way numbers tell a story excite you? Turns out, yes. And that's how I realized how much I enjoyed finance. You've probably all heard about the recent Silicon Valley scandals around sexual harassment and discrimination. Throughout my journey at Meta, I've been fortunate. I always felt judged by my accomplishments and rarely by my gender. Turns out I was lucky to be a part of a small tech team where a woman's voice was heard and taken seriously. Learning from our Meta 1, ergonomics was crucial, so our team set out to collect data on the size of the average man's head. Our industrial designer, Esther, made sure that it was the size of the average human's head. Women's heads are on average on the smaller side. I myself had issues with the Meta 1 being too loose. In the AR industry, we see similar omissions being made when designing hand and face recognition algorithms when they struggle to recognize dark-skinned people. At Meta, because Esther made a point of collecting a diverse sampling of data, the Meta 2 fits my head comfortably. Most of our customers are male, but that doesn't mean we should exclude our female customers. Esther's right there in the second row, so you can talk to her later about her experience. Thanks, Esther. It's important to have a woman's perspective on a team, such as Esther's. And as we grew rapidly, I grew increasingly bothered by how few of them we had. I also became increasingly aware of how I was sometimes treated differently because I was a woman. Does it infuriate you when male and female candidates alike defer to your male colleagues, even though you're the one asking the question? Many people also thought that I was dating one of the co-founders. At first it was funny. They felt like my big brothers that I never had. But the painful truth is, it bothered me. Did they assume I was part of the company because of a romantic connection? I also got more comments about how young I was, even though our co-founders are only a few years older. One consultant advised, put on more makeup at work to improve your executive presence. I told her, when you work at a startup and you get 4 hours of sleep, every 15 minutes are precious. I was reinvigorated to take action and began with women's outings and a book club about female leadership. But I still felt like I could do more to make change. Last month, I attended a Women in Tech conference. I had the good fortune to speak with Gloria Steinem, who has been fighting for women's rights for longer than most of us have been alive. In fact, at age 82, she is as vital and as committed as ever. I asked her the question you would have asked. What should I do to make a difference? She said, Karen, don't focus on what you should do. Focus on what you can do. I left the conference inspired. Driving home, I reflected on how Gloria had invested half a century in getting people to realize that there were inequalities. The next day at work, it was inspiring and refreshing when the mostly male executive team asked, what can we do to help your diversity efforts? I outlined my plan. These are my first 3 recommendations. 1, here are the openings in our senior leadership team. Let's fill them with women. 2, With the existing 25% of women at our company, let's invest in their leadership and teach all employees to recognize bias. And 3, here are some events where we can be visible. Sponsoring this event tonight is only the beginning. Our recruiter promised that our next open house would be specifically for women, and we dedicated a budget to improve diversity. I'm so proud of all the conversation I've sparked across all our teams. When it comes to improving diversity, we all have a role, not just those of us in the minority. Together, we make a greater and bigger difference. We may not be able to solve all issues in society right away, but you can start from within, your own companies, your own networks. The earlier we start, whether at a small startup or a new industry, the greater our impact. I hope you have a Sherry, a Jen, or a John in your life who has mentored you. Be that person for other women. Draw from your own experience, share your wisdom, and be sure to tell them, focus on what you can do. Thank you. Oh no. Thank you. Yeah, I'm just good. Okay.
All right, name association, Karen Kwan, Paula Kwan, same thing. Next up, we have our keynote for the night. I'm so excited to introduce her to the stage. Anna, where are you? Hi, there you are. Chief Digital Officer at the Canadian Film Centre. Come on up, Anna.
Thanks very much, Paula. Can you guys hear me? Okay, so I'm going to be the downer of the evening. But it's also going to be, I'm going to be the person who perhaps, thank you very much, Karen, the work you're doing at Meta is fantastic. I'm also the person who maybe be able to provide some tips on what Karen suggested our call to action to be, which is how do we actually move that needle in terms of diversity and inclusion in our community in the tech sector, okay? So the topic of today is discomfort as our ally. Where the hell did that come from, some of you might say? And I have to, pardon for the personal photos on the stage here, but I have to say before I begin my talk that I am not an HR expert. I am not a sociologist. I'm not a political economist. I haven't studied women's studies. I don't know all the ins and outs of the stats around inclusion and diversity in the tech sector. So this talk really had to come from a different place for me. Yes, I am a woman of color, and I've been in the tech sector for a very, very long time, mostly all my career. But really, my sort of, I'm kind of not even comfortable calling them insights, but my questions that I'd like to share with you, and I'd like to continue to speak with you guys about after the whole event tonight, is really based on this intergenerational moment that I find myself in, you know? As a woman of color who's been in the tech sector trapped in technology, hence that picture, that's a Liebel conceptual art piece. As a woman who's a mother now with a 8-year-old son, who's very much embroiled in tech, and so I have to constantly think about how to manage and negotiate his relationship with the world and technology, okay? And as the very, very lucky daughter of a woman who, when she retired, founded the Center for Mindfulness Studies. And so she's the one that's been kind of guiding a lot of my understanding about how we might want to go about changing the world, because that's been her core mandate all her life, is how can I change the world to be just that little better place. So today we really want to talk about how do we move from this current reality where we have a political, economic, technology sector that's rife with inequalities, that's definitely rife with exclusion, that's not as diverse as it should be, okay? And how do we move from that current reality to a much more open reality, to a much more inclusive one, diverse one, understanding, as you very nicely said, Carolyn, that a lot of these issues are systemic. And so I'd like to talk about the 3 types of discomfort I think we're going to need to embrace, frankly, going back to your point, Karen, that it comes down to each individual in order for us to actually move that needle, okay? So the first set of discomfort that I think we all can relate to is physical discomfort. You know, we are all of the mind that we don't want things to be too far, or the public transport's too crowded, or I don't want to be too late, or I'm getting up too early, so I have to figure out how to get there. Things are too complicated, it's too tall, it's too short, etc. It's essentially too much trouble. And tech has essentially provided us with a whole host of conveniences that will fix these sets of physical discomforts, okay? You guys know you all know where I'm going next, so I'm just gonna go there. Oops, I do have to press hard, okay? Who can spot that thing that should be deleted on the screen? This is my cell phone today, and this is a tension that I've had to deal with like up until this moment, actually. So how many people here still have Uber on their phones? Come on, I do. Come on, let's just see. So that's not too bad, actually, right? So there are quite a few of you have already deleted Uber. But this is one of those issues that we all grapple with, which is, do we allow the convenience that Uber provides, the fact that I don't have to pull out my crazy card at the end of the ride, the fact that it's easy and it's a lot cheaper, or presumably cheaper, do I let those types of conveniences trump the myriad of issues that have plagued that particular company? Not least of it, which is the sexual harassment lawsuits, the IP stealing lawsuits, the alleged IP stealing lawsuits, et cetera. At what point do we decide that physical inconvenience, physical discomfort, is something that is actually way more comfortable than the actual discomfort of supporting a company that we all, I think, for many of us, feel a little bit, you know, at best ambivalent about, at worst really shameful about having to support. And so I think that's a particular form of discomfort that we all need to deal with, because the technologies that we're building are actually meant to continuously add conveniences to our lives and to make our lives easier. And we need to figure out how to balance the individual, more convenient life that we want to live with a more social, collective life and social society that we want to build for the future. So this is a quote from an artist from 1993, which is a set of essays that sort of asked a bunch of theorists and artists to think about how to rethink technologies. And what I really love about this particular quote is this notion that, yeah, you know, technology is going to be absorbed by exploitive capitalist forces. We've already seen this, right? But what's more important is we have the capacity to rechannel that into more productive modes of not just singular, but collective becoming. I think that's a really powerful phrase, this notion of collective becoming, a society we want to create together. And so how do we balance that need for convenience and what technology provides us with the equally important need to make these corporations and frankly these technologies more accountable for what they're doing. The second type of discomfort I want to talk about is social discomfort. A lot of social discomfort can really be sort of framed in terms of we just like to hang out with our own kind, you know? And that's a kind of socio-biological, almost automatic reaction that most people have. You know, they just want to hang with the zombies. If you're a zombie, you want to hang out with the zombies. If you're a wizard, you want to hang out with the wizards, etc. And so the discomfort, the inconvenience around having to actually open yourself up to the other, or open yourself up to someone who doesn't have the same lived experience as you, can be very inconvenient to most people, right? And what's really problematic about this particular form of social discomfort is that it's an automatic reaction that we've actually integrated into how we view the world. And so a lot of this discomfort is being represented through what's called unconscious bias. So if you just open up Google right now or do searches, you'll see a host of Silicon Valley companies really, actually what they've done, in fact, is they've invested in a lot of apps that help them figure out how to not have unconscious bias. And so they're all kind of trying to work towards how do we make sure that we have blind sort of studies, blind juries, so that the people that we would hire into our corporations are not being prejudiced by the unconscious biases that we have, our need to be with our own kind. One of the difficulties about the notion of unconscious bias, however, is that it may not actually be around this notion of tribes necessarily or our own kind, but it's also the fact that typically we also have a predilection towards only choosing people from within our own networks. So that's not just, it's not just an issue of explicit prejudice or explicit bias against an ethnic group or a gender group. It could simply be that you're not even getting access to those types of people because the networks that you're working with are the familiar networks that you're in. So there's been a lot of really interesting articles written about how, for example, Google and Facebook and tech recruiters typically go to Stanford and Yale, but they never go to Howard University, or they never go to Ryerson University, or they never go to these kinds of places. So they're looking for people within the networks that are familiar to them. And I thought this was interesting sort of mapping, because one is today's article by J.D. Vance, who wrote Hillbilly Elegy, and he talks about how the hillbillies, which is the white working class, aren't as networked as the financial elites. And so he's reframing that conversation in that way. And then on the other side, you've got the notion of Silicon Valley not hiring enough black coders. So this notion of networked effects and network communities, typically being homogeneous kind of spaces, occurs everywhere, right? And the last thing that I think, in terms of social discomfort, is often we're too embarrassed to stand out. So even though we may be aware that something is not quite right, do we want to be that type of person to put ourselves into that situation where we're the one that's looked at or thought as having said something inappropriate or done the kind of, made too much of a fuss of something, right? But as we can see, and thanks for the March photos earlier, people are starting to stand up because it's time. We got to evolve. This is my son. This is the Toronto's March. And I love that photo of the dinosaur, and we never got the name of the person in it. But, but we have to evolve. We don't really have a choice. And I think part of the issue that we have to grapple with is that because a lot of these things are automatic, our discomfort automatically arises, our reaction automatically gets put out there. Oftentimes what we actually need, even though we can kind of maybe recognize that this discomfort can be an ally and help us recognize that we're in this position of needing to maybe sit with it, oftentimes what we actually need is the institutional and governmental regulatory frameworks to help us get there. And so it's really critical that we don't just assume that these are just, we should just be like happy and like friendly or, chilled out people. That in fact what we need to demand is some kind of institutional change, because only then can real change happen. And so things like this next discomfort is where the pedal hits the metal. And this discomfort is material discomfort, okay? Because at the end of the day, the moment we start to demand regulatory change, what that really means is that it becomes expensive, it's unmeritocratic. That's the first time I've ever used that word on a slide. She used pussy, I used unmeritocratic. I don't even know, is that actually a word? I'm not sure. But essentially, the discomfort is it's very hard to share. We still have sharing problems. Even though we've grown up, we're no longer toddlers, I do think that people still have this difficult problem of sharing, because we only have a certain finite resources in the world. And so if we do decide that these kinds of issues need to be addressed, that we need to have 45% women or 50% women, that means that we would probably have to have quotas. I'm doing that because apparently it's illegal in the States to have quotas. So, and this is like affirmative action type stuff, right? So Intel, this is a great article that people should read that just came out this spring in the Atlantic, Why is Silicon Valley So Awful to Women? And they go through this whole, like, this is what everyone's doing, unconscious bias training, da da da, et cetera. And then at the bottom of the article, they basically said, you know what? The only thing that worked is when Intel attached bonuses to having people, 40% employees come from women and diverse communities, female and diverse communities. And indeed, the article sort of suggests what happens when that occurs. So, I'm 1 minute away. My point is, discomfort is our ally. Don't run away from these things, because if you're not feeling the pain of the pain of physical discomfort, if you're not feeling the pain of social discomfort, and if you're not feeling the pinch of material discomfort, then you're probably not doing anything far enough to actually change the world. Can't believe that.
Exactly what we need to hear, Anna, tonight. I'm so glad that you brought the lens of reality into our presentation tonight, especially as we talk through activism, but also celebration of differences. Before we get over to the panel discussion, I wanted to also introduce another very important sponsor for tonight. We've been talking a lot about different geographies in the world, Silicon Valley, but in our very own backyard here, we've got the right people in the right places. And I'd love to be able to introduce Councillor Michelle Holland from the City of Toronto. City of Toronto is a sponsor for tonight. We're so proud to have her here, coming directly from the Scarborough vote. So thank you so much for being here, Michelle.
Thanks so much, Paul. It's so great to be here. And I did just come from that 10-hour debate for the 9th time. And it's really the art of insanity at City Hall. It's crazy. But I was thinking the whole way here, I can't wait to get home and put on my Muse headband. I bought so many wearables over the past few years, and I really can't wait to get home and use that tonight and just give myself a little glass of wine before I do that. And I actually have to say, I really wanted to get here and listen to these amazing speeches even before I came, and what Anna had to say, I could say so much about that alone. But I'll start off by just saying that the great thing that the city is doing is so much around tech and innovation. And I'm the new advocate for the innovation economy. So it's really anything that has to do with tech and innovation, which does thread through many of our departments, divisions, our agencies, boards, and commissions. And I'll say that the mayor's been a passionate leader on that file. But the mayor's job is very broad throughout the city. And so to have somebody particularly on the roll, and I did do clean tech for about 4 years. And so it's been a big passion of mine at the city level. And so I've been spearheading it for a few years. And I kept nudging the mayor to say, please formalize the role, because you really need to have a leadership, a political leadership on the file. And in that regard, I was happy to be a woman and chosen in this area, in this realm, and to actually work with so many of you, because you're really the ecosystem, and I'm so happy that you're here tonight and that I get to meet so many of you. And thanks so much for the organizer. It's a fabulous event, and I'm just thrilled to be here as usual. I was actually here at Move the Dial, which was my coming out party after I was given the role. And I met so many people then, and probably many of you here tonight. So I just really want to thank Are Wearables and also Electric Runway. And I thank the City of Toronto for always being involved with these organizations as well. It's just fantastic to be here tonight. And I also wanted to note that I saw that I missed The Future is Female. I really wanted to listen to that, and Amanda Costco and design thinking. And I came in halfway through Anna Serrano, so it was great to hear. My other role, I'll just mention really quickly, so just so that you do know that this is being advocated for. So as part of my role, it's moving gender in tech. So a big focus that we're going to be doing at the city is moving the dial on women in technology. So that's a big part of what I do in my mandate. The second role that I have at City Hall is I actually sit on the nominating panel to appoint citizens like yourself to our agencies, boards, and commissions, especially corporations, which my primary role has been to up the number of women on our corporate boards. So those are such as Toronto Hydro and TCHC and others. So I just want to let you know that that is being done. We are taking a strident look at that. And we're about 45%. We're doing a great job at the city. Unfortunately, can't say the same for the private sector. But we have to start somewhere, and we're going to lead that effort and try to keep doing what we're doing to make sure that that changes. And so just getting back to my notes, I'm not great at reading from script, but what I wanted to say was, Toronto needs to be a leader for Canada in this area. And we have the largest technology sector in Canada and are the largest center for technology research in the country. In recent years, Toronto has become the third largest technology location in North America, and a recent study showed that there are more than 400,000 technology-related jobs in the GTA. And this sector has been growing at twice the rate of overall jobs. Supporting the tech sector is important as a key strategic industry, and that is both major employer and its own right an essential enabler and economic driver of virtually all sectors of Toronto's economy, including financial services, life science, renewable energy, film and television, digital media, and advanced manufacturing. This multi-sector synergy in the wearable technology community in Toronto can be seen by how it is intertwined with Toronto's dynamic fashion and design sector. Canada and Toronto are leaders in wearable technology, and in the Toronto-Waterloo corridor alone, we have Thalmic Labs, Interaxon, NIME, Sulon Technologies, Myant, and the Social Body Lab, Creative Destruction Labs, and much more. Toronto is also home to one of the originators of wearable technology, Steve Mann. The mayor, myself, and many of my colleagues at City Council know how important this sector is. We have been extremely active in the past couple of years with local initiatives like Digital Main Street and business missions to San Francisco, Silicon Valley, and Israel. And we are going to continue to promote Toronto across the globe. We are here to support your efforts and to encourage greater diversity in the technology industry. I'm here tonight and in the future at any time to speak to you about your ideas, questions, and concerns. And thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the night.
Thank you so much, Councillor Michelle Holland. I've been fortunate enough to actually be present at some of the roundtable sessions where they bring in people from the tech community into the city to have a conversation, to learn more about agile methodologies, to dig into the minds of the startup community, to make themselves better as well. So it's been refreshing to be in those rooms and not be the only female in there. And I'm now a huge advocate, if it could ever be a bigger one before, of the City of Toronto because of the fact that they are so progressive. They really are trying, and they're making a lot of impact along the way. So thank you so much for being here, especially after a very long day. Get the beach sound going, or the bird tweeting version. Okay. So without further ado, Amanda, come back to the stage, and we'll get the panelists up here as well. We're going to invite Kate Hartman, Director of the Social Body Lab, Ariel Garten, Co-founder of Interaxon, makers of Muse, Sky Gillespie, Director of Digital Communications at Ripple, Yvonne Felix, Partnerships at eSight, Smart Glasses for the Nearly Blind, Listen Neal, CEO and founder of Linkits, Wearable Toys for Girls, and Pacharan, co-founder and CEO of Little Robot Friends. And Amanda's going to moderate. Thank you.
Thanks, Paula.
Come on up.
Don't be shy. welcome everybody. I think it'd be good to start by just introducing yourself and maybe give us the elevator pitch of who you are and what you do at your company.
Hello, my name is Ariel Garten. I am, as you've heard, the co-founder of Muse. We make a brain-sensing headband that helps you meditate. I'm currently on maternity leave, which is, a relevant part of this conversation of women in wearables, that we actually have a tech space that is mature enough that allows people to take maternity leave and do all you need to do to raise a child while your company grows and continues to build products.
My name is Kate Hartman. I'm the director of the Social Body Lab at OCAD University, where we focus on body-centric technologies in the social context.
Hi everyone, my name is Anne Poucheron. I'm co-founder and CEO of Little Robot Friends. We make coding toys and apps to try to help teach kids how to code.
Hi, I'm Lisa Neal. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Linkits, and we make social wearable toys for girls to try to encourage more little girls to gain experience and confidence with tech.
Hi, I'm Sky Gillespie, the Director of Digital Communications at Ripple, and we are a personal wearable security service.
Hi, my name is Yvonne Felix. I am head of eSight's partnership team, and I was eSight's beta tester before it was commercially available. It changed my life in a way that I decided I wanted to be a part of making blindness history.
Great. So we actually had a Women in Wearables conversation, I think it was 2 years ago, and a lot of the conversation centered around products. There's not enough products for women on the market. What does that mean? And with the products that were on the market were just smaller, pinker versions of their male counterparts. So now we see lots of products targeted towards women on the market. The wearable tech sector has obviously matured. Does more products equal progress? Where are we today? Open question.
I definitely think that more products equals progress. I think it's an indication that the market sees the value of the products and that women's voices have been heard in the design and usage of these products.
I also think that they say if you can't see it, you can't be it. So seeing women in leadership roles in hardware companies is really important to inspire the next generation.
Anyone else want to take that? So one of the conversations that came out of the Women's March in Washington was this idea of a horizontal approach to leadership. And it's really about rethinking the way we structure businesses. Is this something you recognize in your business, in your company?
So I'm in the position, I run a research lab at a university, and so I'm in the position where my employees are also my students. And for me, I feel like I have as much to learn from them as they do from me. And I think that, in a lot of the contexts we're working in, there's a lot of smart people. If we're not employing smart people, then there's a problem. And so, looking at leadership structures that bring more people up into leadership positions holds a lot of potential.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yvonne, did you want to add to that? The reason I call you out specifically is just because, as I said in my introductory comments, anyone who knows eSight knows you because you're the heart and soul of the company. You wear the product, and you're the face of it in a lot of ways. So I'm wondering how you being a fixture in that organization changes the structure of the organization.
I was literally trying to think of how do I say it in 2 sentences. So I think in an approach to leadership, it's taking on the task of saying that you're going to disrupt a community, a way that the world has perceived the community, and do it so boldly as to wear a technology that says, I'm going to see, as opposed to I'm going to use a cane to navigate, and acknowledging that there's a little bit of stick-to-itness to it. I'm the face of the company in many ways because I stuck to it. When the device was not commercially available, it was big, it was black, the aesthetic of it was not taken into consideration. And my first sort of real step into the company was at a VC meeting where I walked in. I had made my own e-site, which it didn't look like this, it was very large, but I made my own e-site carrying case out of an old corset that didn't fit me anymore. And that was sort of my step into leadership into the company, not just as a beta tester, but as someone that was going to help dictate what our next generation was going to look like. So being the only female at the time who had sort of taken that step forward to say, no, 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 I know you guys think it looks cool like sunglasses. However, only the 8 engineers want to actually have it look like that. And I remember some of the comments were, like, are we really going to have corset bags? And it was, no, 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 like, we need to take a different approach to this, that it's not necessarily, and I find this quite often at our company, and in my home as well, as my job has really influenced my home life, but being a leader, and again, as it was said earlier, is that you can learn from people as much they are leaders as you are. And I spent the majority of my time learning about nonverbal communication and being able to work in a corporate environment from people that had, may have been a little bit younger than me, but 25 years of life experience seeing, and I had to adapt to their environment as much as they had to learn and adapt from me. And in our home, there's no gender roles, really, or nothing that dictates gender, because mommy works full-time and daddy doesn't, because daddy's got to look after the kids. So their leadership it's across the board. It's sort of the stick-to-ness and the determination to say, I'm doing this because, as someone pointed out earlier, being uncomfortable is the precipice of, I'm going to jump, I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm going to jump, and I'm going to tell myself it's going to be okay. And everybody around is going to see that and go, hey, she's alive.
Ariel, did you want to jump in there? I'm interested to know about how power and leadership is kind of structured at Muse. I know lots about you, but I don't know so much about how the organization is run.
Awesome. And I think Yvonne actually made a point that is critical in any company, which is that each and every person in the company has to be empowered to do what they think is right, to see what they want to imagine come to fruition in the world. And so at Muse and Interaxon, it's really key for us that each and every person in the company is truly empowered, is really capable. Everyone is like such a phenomenal human who is so talented. It would be silly of us to create structures in which, people couldn't shine. So for us, it's really key that each and every person can accomplish what they want in the company, can have their voice heard. It's incredibly transparent. We have weekly town halls where we share everything that happens all the time, and it's a constant dialogue. Yes, there's direction that comes out of that dialogue, and that is shared back, down to the team, but it's never a triangle. It's never linear. It's always sort of a cyclical conversation with everyone.
Great. So when we talk about women's work, traditionally, women's work has been relegated to the domestic sphere. Cooking and caregiving, women still are the primary caregivers. How do you think technology has changed women's work?
Well, washless Wednesdays, workless Wednesdays, when the washing machine came into being, you no longer had to spend your entire day washing, and all of a sudden you had all of this free time. And, thus became the myth of the woman who likes to watch soaps and do nothing all day long, because technology does it all for her. I think these days, that was probably always a myth, by the way. We are empowered by technology to do what we want with our free time, and you have services like Foodora that allow you to prepare dinner more readily so that you can spend more time at the office or with the kids or whatever that choice is for you. So technology in every way subtly reinforces our ability to make better choices in our lives as women doing the double shift, or as dads also doing the double shift.
Absolutely. And did you want to add something?
I think it allows men to take more of a partnership in home life, because laundry is so much. It's not like a gender work, right? Like men can do laundry as well. So and men should be able to cook as well. All the chefs are men, so it's I think I don't know if it's just the role of technology or it's just kind of like our modern times, but I think we've come a long way from women doing all the housework to being equal.
I also think it's enabled us to have a lot more flexibility, because you no longer have to be physically present in a meeting. you can really work from anywhere. So working from home is much more of an option. There's much more flexibility in schedules. So I think that there's more of an emphasis put on being able to have your work life work around your home life much more than there used to be.
I'll add to that. So I have 2 boys, 10 and 5, and Joe, my partner, and my 2 boys, 10 and 5, and myself, because I travel every other week, we are all on Google Calendar, and it is minute by minute. Everybody knows where everybody is. If you can imagine a 5-year-old on Google Calendar on maybe I'm pushing the boundaries, but the connectivity and socially how we engage as a family, because I'm on the road, is so different. And I had this amazing weekend, just this weekend, where there was almost no talking, and everyone mellifluously just get into the car, mommy's going here, 5-year-old's going here, 10-year-old's going here, daddy's driving, and I'm working, and then I'm on LinkedIn the whole time trying to organize meetings. And there's this, like, it makes life so much easier in terms of I'm not sitting at home thinking I have to scrub the floors because that's going to make me happy. And I don't know if that exists in the world, and maybe that's very like stating a gender, or that's what women are supposed to do. But I don't, what the world that my mother grew up in, and she fought very hard, I have 5 sisters, for us to go out there and say, okay, you're all going to not sit at home and do what society has said for the last 50 years you're going to do. Thousands of years, really.
Yeah, the angel in the house that Virginia Woolf wrote about, it's kind of a myth of the past, and I think technology has definitely enabled that. So I want to shift the conversation just a little bit to talk about personal safety devices, because we've seen a lot of them come out targeted towards women. Sky, the company that you're here representing, Ripple, actually makes a personal safety device for women. Is this creating a culture of fear? Is it normalizing violence against women? How do you think about that with your product?
I would say that there is definitely a culture of fear, but I think that that's because of historically, fear has sold products. If you think of chewing gum, deodorant, they are all sold based off of fear. Same with products like ours, and I think that that's one of the things that we recognized when we were creating Ripple, and we started to take a different approach. And we always tell ourselves, how confidently could you live knowing somebody always has your back? So Ripple is much more about empowerment, confidence, feeling like you can do anything and knowing someone is always there for you. So I think that it's very important to recognize that. And I think that many people do have to worry about their personal safety, whether you're male or female, especially in today's society. I think that you owe it to yourself. So it's definitely something you have to consider.
Mm-hmm. So they say that hardware is hard. Is it even harder if you're a woman?
I don't think so. I haven't, in the world of hardware, come across any experience in which being a woman has been a detriment. I've definitely come across experiences in Silicon Valley, unbeknownst to me, where you're not getting the investment, you're not getting the deals because you're a woman. But it's not specific to hardware. Actually, one of the main leaders in hardware is the Hardware Club out of Europe, and that has a huge female representation. One of the founders there is female, and it is incredibly inclusive, and you never once think about gender.
Interesting.
Yeah, hardware are just things. And, if you look at other fields that is not tech, like product design or other stuff making, they're pretty much also include women. So I don't think it's specific to gender. It's just that hardware is part of tech, and tech is male dominated, and so it's hard for women to be in tech in general.
I think hardware is just stuff, and when we look at hardware in an isolated environment, there's no way it's harder for women than men. But it's interesting just thinking about how women or young women see themselves, and sometimes them not seeing themselves in that particular practice because of societal, what they've been taught. And it's just very interesting because I've had the experience of seeing a lot of young women who come through my courses, who have amazing skills either in design or working with different very, very technical material practices, and then they come to me and tell me that they're not good with technology. And that really I find that to be quite upsetting because like they're actually quite technological. It's just applying that to a different material practice.
I'd also like to say that because a lot of hardware is done not face-to-face, it's done online. So when you order parts or you order your molds or whatever, no one knows who they're dealing with. And especially if you're ordering from China, a lot of the time they can't tell from your name because it's an unfamiliar name to them. So for all they know, you're a man or a woman. And so I, like Ariel, never found anyone in hardware specifically saying, oh, you're a woman, you can't do hardware. In tech, yes, but hardware specifically, no.
Interesting. So Lissa and Anne, how does education play a role in fostering an inclusive environment for women?
I am so glad you asked me that question. So I just recently was actually at a university where a woman who teaches teachers was talking about the role of technology toys. And she made a really good point, which is the teacher makes a choice. When she has a classroom full of children, she can say, why don't you go play in the kitchen area? Why don't you go play in the block area? And by making those choices, by sending the children to one part or another, she's kind of giving them an idea that this is the role that's right for me, because children learn through play. So I think it's, obviously, I think it's really important to have toys that appeal to both genders, but in particular girls who are underrepresented, to give them the opportunity to build, to test, to experiment, and not just send the girls to the kitchen area, but also to send them to the tech corner, which lots of schools have now with toys like Codapillar and, you know, the robot blocks, whose name I'm forgetting. I'm sorry, robot block people, but yeah.
And do you want to add to that?
Yeah, I think we have a pretty abysmal numbers that come out all the time about how very little like high school girls like choose to go into tech, and a lot of what we do like at Little Robot Friends is we teach kids how to code. We spend a lot of time working with like younger kids, and I just noticed that basically it's 50-50. Like girls and boys are pretty much at that young age. They're across the board. They're all interested in the same things. It's just that once you grow up and society kind of changes your thinking a little bit, then the girls drop out from like the tech scene. What we have to reinforce is at the young age, get them engaged into thinking that they can also do it too, and you only do that through education.
And that's what Little Robot Friends does. It gives them a point of access. So if you haven't seen Anne's booth outside, it is outside. You can go take a look at what she's doing there. Lisa, did you want to add something to that?
No, I was totally agreeing with Anne, and I also wanted to say that Microsoft just like last week published a study of 12,500 girls where they pinpointed exactly that. I mean, we all knew that at early age, boys and girls like science and tech and math equally. At 11 years old, that's when you start to lose the girls, and by 15 they're gone. So there's really a small window where you can encourage them and give them that confidence to keep going.
Yeah, because I think inherently too, a lot of women are makers. They like to tinker. And so, Kate, I was wondering, how do you think the maker movement is influencing this whole conversation?
I guess I'd say that it's, the thing that's nice about the maker movement is that it kind of challenges like the human technology power dynamic, and I don't think that's exclusive to females, where people feel overwhelmed by their technology in different ways. But having the tools and the support to actually take something apart and understand how it works is really important. And I think we've seen some great pioneers in the maker movement, like people like Leah Beakley, who kind of brought electronic textiles to the forefront, people like Aya Badir with Little Bits, who really kind of have like brought out electronics in new formats that make it more attractive, to populations that wouldn't necessarily be interested in it otherwise. But I think just kind of breaking out these tools in different forms, opens up lots of new conversations with different populations.
Yeah, absolutely. Anybody else want to comment on the maker movement?
Yeah, I think the maker movement empowers people to not just be consumers, but be creators. And if we empower young people to be makers, then we'll have much more creators in the future, and we'll have a better future then.
And I want to pick up on something that you actually, Amanda, said in your introductory remarks, which is that women have always been makers. Women sew. That uses geometry. They knit, which if you think about it, a knitting pattern is a program. So whoever says that women can't do this, they're wrong. They've been doing it for hundreds of years. It's just we've never recognized women's work as making, but now we are. So yay.
Yeah,
Just
please,
one other bit is
please.
that I think like being able to get up in the business of making technology allows criticality, and I think it allows people to think about the biases that are inherent in the tools that they use, because they understand what's going on under the hood.
Because they're taking it apart. Very good. Any final thoughts before we move to audience questions? I think we're ready to throw the speaker box out into the audience and get some audience questions. Thank you very much. Round of applause for our panelists. Questions from the audience? We have a hand up over there.
So it's really amazing that all you guys are in tech. Oops, wow, okay. But I feel like one of the sort of lacking points in this conversation is all of you guys, even though you're amazing, are all in very women-centered technology fields. If you're thinking in mindfulness that has its roots in sort of yoga, which has a more female type of version, kids tend to be more female-centered, other than eSight, which I think is really amazing across every board. But everything here seems to be very women-focused in not only the speakers, but also the technology that you're presenting. How do we get women in more technology-centered pieces outside of women-based things?
So that's an awesome, awesome, awesome question. I want to kind of tease it apart a little bit because, and maybe sort of debunk some myths in the process. You might look at this and say, oh, Muse, it's a meditation device, that's a female-focused thing. Well, we started with a brain-sensing headband that let you control lights on a building across the room, and it was actually my male co-founder that said, hey, meditation is amazing, this is going to be really the best use of this technology to empower humans all together to, accomplish what we want to do in our lives. So I think I ask that question too a lot, and I sometimes get irritated when a lot of the conversation is just around women and technology and fashion, and that's it. And so you do need to ask the question, and we do need to really unpack that, but we also have to kind of undo this notion that fashion is just female or meditation is just female, because I think there's an anti-male bias that we're introducing when we ask those questions as well. So thank you, it was an awesome question.
Yeah, anyone else want to take that?
Yeah, in education or in design, in other fields of work, you don't really, it's in tech that we complain that women are not represented enough, and which is true. But I work with a lot of educators, and they're pretty much 95% female. It maybe because it's traditional roles from when, we brought up the kids and teachers and all that stuff. But we also have to recognize, I think, that women are also doing other equally important work, even though it's not the forefront and it's not as sexy as like tech startup and making billions of dollars. But they're busy, they're doing other things, and they probably are just not headlining TechCrunch or whatever. But I just feel like we have to recognize that part too.
Next question.
So a couple of days ago, I was reading Stack Overflow's newest report on the distribution of the ethnicity and gender in the just as coder programmers, and the numbers are not very good as far as the gender distribution goes. Like I think it's somewhere on still over 80%, at least the Stack Overflow's data shows the programmers are still male, and most of them, over 70%, I think, I don't remember the exact number, are Caucasian. My question is, do you as female leaders in technology field see this reality being one day reversed into a more evenly distributed, at least let's see a 50-50, or it's always going to be more, not always going to be like, as long as the foreseeable future is going to be more male dominated, at least in engineering department. And as on the other field, and in broader sense, I'm trying to ask, do you see this type of the occupational divide along the gender line always going to be existed, or do you see this thing is going to be one day eliminated altogether?
So the question is about white male coders, programmers, and is that always going to be the status quo? Yeah, please.
Okay. So I don't know if you guys saw, but 2 years ago, NPR's Planet Money had this amazing report on what happened to all the women in code, and you should definitely go out and read it. But what they showed was, like, when I was a kid, which was a long time ago, 90% of the doctors and the lawyers in America were male. And by 1980, it was close to 50%. And now I think, like in medical school, there are actually, in law school, more women than men. But in computer science, you see the line went up, up, up until 1983, and then it plummeted. And they said, why did that happen? And the reason was because, well, it's a correlation, not necessarily a causation, but they showed that that was because when the personal computer was introduced, it was marketed as a toy for boys. And so boys got more coding, they got more experience, they got more confidence, and then, you know, guys are full of confidence, and girls tend to underplay their strengths. Generally, I'm not saying all women and all men. And they attribute the drop in women in computer science to that year. They can pinpoint it. So that is why it is having events like this where women can see that women can do it, that women can achieve, that women are just as smart, sometimes smarter. That is why these events are so important, and I do think that it will change. There's nothing inherently engineering that says only men can do it, or about coding for that matter. So I think it will change to 50%, and thank you all for being here and supporting the idea that this is something women do. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you. I think that's actually a great note to end on. So thank you so much to all of our panelists for being here, and stay tuned for the Hardware Cup. Thank you. I won't shake your hand, but thank you.
Hi, everybody. How are you doing? So a big round of applause for our panelists and all of our speakers so far. This next special portion of the night is really important for you to stay here and support these female founders. When Paula, Amanda, and I talked about putting this event together, one of the things we really wanted to underscore and stress was to have some great discussion, celebrate our successes, but move past the discussion and conversation to activism. And we couldn't have done it better than in partnering with CFC's Idea Boost in bringing together the Canadian Female Founders Hardware Cup, where we went on a search across Canada to find female founders that were building in hardware for media and entertainment in order to raise them up on the stage in a pitch competition to give them the chance to go to Pittsburgh for the National Alpha Lab Gears Hardware Cup in the US to win $50,000 in funding, which is going to change their lives. And so we have found our 6 today, and they are going to be pitching. I want to just first ask that our judges, Anna Serrano, who's the managing director of Idea Boost, make sure you're up on the front row here for the pitches. You have your clipboard underneath, guys, with the scorecards. Casey Stewart is here. She's a tech and lifestyle blogger for This Is My Life. We love having her back here at We Are Wearables. Karen Kwan, of course, you met, VP of Operations and Finance at Meta. Kate Hartman, Director of Social Body Lab at OCAD. And I will be joining the judging panel as well. So this is how it's going to work. We have 6 finalists here that are joining us on stage. They will have 5 minutes to pitch. I'm going to be keeping time, and I am a stickler for time, although Paula doesn't think so sometimes, but for pitch competitions I am. So I'm going to make some just weird sound, and that's going to be you having to stop the pitch. But I'll continue to make that really not so pleasant sound if you go past that 5 minutes. So please be respectful. You'll get 1 minute of questions with the judges, and then we're going to take just a 5-minute deliberation after that to pick the winners. You're going to want to stay during that. Why? See those emoji pillows that are so sad on stage now? We are going to give away the flowers, the emoji pillows, and we have some candy to give away, and we have all that hardware from Netatmo and Bella Beat. And you got to be in this room to win. So without further ado, I'm going to ask Diane Mathias from Waterloo's Sports Fits to come on up. You're the first to pitch. And then I'm going to let everybody introduce yourself. So I'm not going to come back up here. So just use your order and come on up after the 6 minutes. Big round of applause for all our semifinalists before they come on up here. So the clicker is here. The time is on the clock, and I wish you the best. Get ready for my sound.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Diane Matias. I'm the CEO of Sport Fits. And let me see if the clicker works here. So, before I start my presentation, I know I only have 5 minutes. I just want to thank everyone at Meetup for hosting this event, Women in Wearables, and the sponsors for the event. Thank you so much. So, Sport Fits delivers concussion monitoring solutions to reduce the incidence, risks, and costs of brain injuries for the youth and adult wearable market. Awesome, it works. Okay, if you don't know, Sport Fits was founded in 2016. Fitzroy Vanderpool, 6-time world boxing champion, who's been concussed a great deal, because I said 6-time world boxing champion. He was the ambassador for Rowan's Law, and Rowan's Law is the first law in Canada coming out of Queen's Park for concussion prevention, concussion reduction. There's 49 recommendations. He was selected as the ambassador for Rowan's Law. So Fitz and I got together to try to reduce the incidence and impact of both major and minor concussive events in sport. Here's the problem. Anyone here been concussed? Anyone know of anyone who's been concussed? Okay, so 50% of everyone who plays a sport, for sure, has been concussed or knows someone who's been concussed. The challenge is there's 22 possible and different symptoms of concussion. So how do you assess concussion? If you have one of those symptoms, then you're considered concussed by, it's a medical definition. So anyone being concussed, headache or no headache? Dizziness, no dizziness? Nausea, no nausea? Okay, these are the types of questions that the doctor's going to ask. There's 60 possible questions to ask. Based on your response to that, your subjective response after your concussion, they'll say, I think you've been concussed. Subconcussive events are even more challenging to diagnose in the medical profession. What happens with subconcussive is we don't know. We're never really impacted, and so we don't know if we've been concussed. We just feel awful. I don't know if anyone here has been subconcussed, where you don't know, it's been 6 months, a year, 18 months, and still you don't feel right, but you're not sure what happened. Maybe a headache. So our solution's called the Fits. Now, I don't know whose camera here who can see this, but I'm wearing the device here. Okay, the Fits is a brain injury monitor worn on the head. We prefer it be worn on the head, on the mastoid process. Anyone come to the booth? Did anyone see the portal? We have an app you can download. Who's wearing the device right now? Who are the 10 women wearing it right now? Okay, there you go. So we handed out some for samples. These are 3D prints of the prototype. So it says it monitors for immediate assessment by a medical professional. And we have all kinds of bells and whistles on it. You can read the features: GPS, reusable, waterproof. Our goal is to make Fits as ubiquitous as shoes. Okay, here we go. Here's how it works. Ready? Ready? Okay, good. So I'm wearing the device. If an impact is greater than 20 Gs, it will register, go to the cloud, see the cloud, and then a haptic audio or audio feedback will come to your device. If you're playing, if you're performing, I don't know, you're Cirque du Soleil and something happened and your haptic comes to you that says, get off the field, get out of what you're doing, something's wrong. Okay, then your medical team will also get the alert on one of those devices, one of the smart devices, and they can determine what they want to do. We have I don't know if you call it competition, I wouldn't, but we have nine ways to measure the impact of the event. Here's some competitive advantage: encrypted data for security, transmit data in real time to the cloud, embedded programmable thresholds. Okay, so here's the real fun. Why we're here today. The FITs will change the way we experience performance. Okay, what FITs will do is we will show in virtual reality, so media, entertainment, performance, we will show, even someone I spoke to is doing movies, okay? We will show you in real time an animation of your head where the impact occurred, the force of the impact, and anything else you want to know about the impact will be documented and shown in VR. Totally awesome. Time's up. I did it.
How do you have the price points for these things? How are you going to make money?
Yes, initially they come out at $150 plus a recurring data plan. Okay, and then down to $100 per device per person. Customizable. See, mine's I asked for pink, so mine's pink. Could be whatever color you want, however you want it, whatever you want inside.
What is your rollout strategy? Who is the first target user?
So we've already partnered with a few corporations, and they would like to use it for their own personal testing and roll it out through all their clients.
And do you see this being utilized for like the pro, or are you going to be rolling this out for like kids and amateurs? Who's the first target audience for these beta testers?
So we're considered the pro, pro market would be first. And then field testing through pro market and amateur and recreational.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome.
Big round of applause for Diane, everyone. And you're up next. Little Robot Friends. Your time starts now.
Okay, hello everybody. My name's Anne Poucheron. Nice to see you again. I am the co-founder and COO of Little Robot Friends, and we make connected toys and apps for teaching kids how to code. Going to press this and, okay. In 3 years, a whole generations of kids are going to be learning how to code in their classrooms as part of their school curriculum. Because we're now starting to understand that coding is the literacy skills that is necessary for the 21st centuries. So governments and private industries are promoting it. Parents are demanding it, and teachers and educators are scrambling right now to teach kids how to code. And this is what my kid, and probably a lot of your kids, are going to be faced with. And it's not just going to be an after-school club or like a summer camp, but it's going to be compulsory. But here's the problem. Have you tried to teach a 7-year-old how to code? Not just using YouTube, but coding something. 0. I'll tell you, they won't do it for very long. And the problem is that coding itself is inherently boring. And kids have these tiny attention span, and what they're into at age 5 or 7 or 8 is not really compatible with the activity of computer programming. It's hard, it's tedious. So what we want to do to get kids to be genuinely interested in coding for the long term, not just classes they'll have to take in schools because they were told to do so, is to let them discover coding for themselves, to make them decide that coding is fun. And to do that, we have to engage them in a way that helps them understand code at their level. We engage them through play, through crafting, and through storytelling. So at Little Robots Friends, we have created something that introduces code and electronics in a fun way. It allows for the development of technical literacy, of creativity, and as well as social and emotional learning. And we made a little robot, this one, that you can take anywhere. And tonight I'd like to introduce you to Spiky, Ghosty, and Curvy. They're expressive robots with big personalities, and they fit in the palm of your hand. They're packed with sensors to make them interactive. Let me try to turn it on for you. It's gonna start blinking in a little bit. There you go. They're packed with sensors, and they can do this when I shake them. And I can tap his head. Yeah, okay. Time's flying, so thank you, Kirby. So their reactions that you just saw can be reprogrammed using, and each reactions will basically customize the robot's personality. If you have more than one, the robots can talk to each other. They can also form a network and connect to the internet. But beyond being cute and high tech, these robots have very active imaginations. And they're constantly imagining themselves in different stories as different characters. Sometimes they go on a space adventures and meet an alien robot monster. This clicker is hard. They perform opera singer in their fantasy life. And they sing together as a barbershop quartet. They go on picnic dates. And sometimes they dress up as superheroes. But what we love to do at Little Robot Friends is get kids to teach themselves how to code through making their robot characters and having stories. So Tiago here has made Curvy into an angry pirate and Ghosty into his bumbling shipmate, but his hat fell off when we took the picture. We made an app to make customizing the robots easy, and kids can quickly get started and see the results. And as they progress through customizing their robots and become familiar with that, we have a myriads of tutorials and tricks that let them learn how to code.
Time's up.
And there it is. Thank you.
Questions from the judges?
Where can I buy it and how much does it cost?
Oh, you can buy it outside right now. We're selling it for 20% off our online price, which is 99 Canadian. We are also selling it on our stores. And TIFF, Bell Lightbox, has some in stock as well.
Do you have beta customers? Have you started testing?
Have I started testing? We've been testing this version since last summer. And so we've kind of, we're now reaching out to other makerspaces to do play tests and summer camp sessions as well.
How do you see the Little Robot Friends getting outside of kids that are already interested in coding? What is the marketing strategy in introducing coding to someone that hasn't even heard about it before?
Yeah, great question. So a lot of school teachers have started to contact us, and what we see going forward, let's say in the next few years, is starting to introduce them to schools. You know, like the summer camps and maker spaces and things like Ladies Learning Code and Kids Learning Codes are all great for the parents who are already into it and know it. But the parents who don't know it, they rely on school teachers to be their influencers, so to speak.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, up next is Penta. Alexa. Your time starts now.
Awesome. Half the people in this room will experience a severe soft tissue injury at some point in their lives. Now, whether that's a sprain, a tendon tear, or arthritis, these injuries can make everyday life a constant struggle. Now, when you go to the physiotherapist, they'll often recommend exercises, which help regain range of motion. But to actually help speed healing, things like ultrasound and infrared therapy are recommended. Infrared therapy is clinically the most effective treatment you can get. in some cases speeding healing by up to 30%. But where it's studied to speed healing, it's often used every day. The truth is, physiotherapists struggle to recommend treatment plans that their patients will actually complete. This means that high commitment treatments like this one aren't an option because most patients can't even come weekly. At Penta Medical, we thought this therapy was too promising to be hindered by poor implementation, so we developed Helios. Helios is a wearable form of infrared therapy that matches the clinical parameters of these units. It's washable and is programmed with a software app where you can input your injury and it'll program the wearable to the exact treatment that you need, and then keep tabs on you along the way. Keep tabs on you along the way to see how your injury is progressing and optimize the treatment parameters for your specific injury. We took this to Manulife, and they said they'd be willing to cover this product. That's huge, because insurance companies and employers can spend up to $60,000 per soft tissue injury. We also took this to professional athletes, our early adopters. We spoke to over 300 athletes, from recreational to professional, and 5 pro sports teams who all said they'd be interested in purchasing our product, from the Toronto Argonauts to the head of the varsity teams at Stanford. So obviously, our early adopters are professional athletes. Could you imagine going to see your favorite sport and your favorite athlete and them not being there because they're still recovering from their ACL surgery? But with a more convenient form factor and the insights we offer through our app, down the line, we plan to expand to target recreational athletes and the everyday person who's been injured. And further down the line, we plan to expand our product line so we can also target chronic conditions, such as arthritis. This is over a $180 billion market. And how do we know these markets want this? Because the market trends are telling us they do, in addition to our own research. So when people were asked what they want out of a wearable, over anything else, 75% of people said they wanted to collect and track their medical data. The NBA and other sports teams know how important this is. Just in December, they organized their own committee to vote on how these can be used and keep up to date with trends in the wearables industry. This is an industry that's growing by over 20% year over year. And some of our competitors, with fewer value propositions and higher prices, have sold over $500,000 to $1.5 million on Kickstarters. So we also took this to doctors and physiotherapists and the medical professionals who manage these treatments. They said that they would love to recommend this to their patients and that there's a huge need, because what's on the market today is either the clinical units that sell at a crazy high price that undercuts the patient and the patient ends up paying for it, or the wearables that are low quality and don't actually offer specific treatments or any kind of data tracking, which is what you really need. We're being noticed. Forbes called us one of the top 10 female-founded tech startups, and we were featured in the global
cotton or any other textiles, combining them with wires that create the circuits, as well as functional fibers that actually have built-in functionality, for example, like carbon-based fibers that can heat up your body or then can act as a catalyst for air contaminants in the air. And in addition to that, we have sensor modules that can be attached to those fabrics. And through the circuits that are built into these fabrics, they can actually monitor a number of different things. And those things can include like temperature, sound, gas, air pollution, and can actually act as actuators in terms of creating vibrations. So by combining all of these different elements, like the soft circuits that we are weaving into these fabrics, as well as functional fibers that I mentioned, and sensors and a small module that allows you to have the communication of the data and the power for the device, we can create these smart fabrics. And one of the applications that we're starting with is scarves. So in terms of the functional textile market, it's actually estimated to be about $5 billion market. Is growing, and one segment that's really growing fast is the home and lifestyle market. So when you look at, for example, sports networks or the fun wear, so you can see people here all wearing scarves. And those scarves are meant to create a spirit or connection between people, to create communities. But can we actually take them a little bit further? Can we actually create networks and create some sort of intelligence out of these fabrics? So one area that I propose is basically having those kinds of smart fabrics integrated into existing sportswear and be able to partner with those organizations to get them into the hands of people so that they can act as a modules. So for example, they can help you pay for act as a ticket for the game, for the entrance, or help fans connect through the tracking action during the actual game, as well as creating data sets which could be really useful for media agencies to really track people's engagements, how different parts of the team connect. In addition to this, we can create, even in experience like here in the conferences, you can have those kind of sensors integrated to help the audience members connect with each other and find communities. In terms of the actual existing market, there is things like trackers that a lot of us wear, me included. There is smart clothing, and there is applications that track several metrics about you. But a lot of these metrics are not really, they don't really augment us. They don't create, modify our bodies, like, and they cannot combine tracking and augmenting. So this is part of the reason how we are differentiated. So we have already accomplished, we just launched in September. We have already have functional prototypes. If you want to see them in action, you can come in to our demo area or visit us at Ryerson University. And we are currently a small team, but we are also recruiting. So let me know if you're interested in this area as well. So to conclude, I'd like to summarize that we are Weaver and we help closing do more. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Just a question. So, do you is your business model that you'll provide these smart fabrics to makers in order to create products? So you're kind of licensing this technology, or will you be owning the creation of clothing in this manner? What's the strategy?
So right now our strategy is, so this is a platform solution. So the base unit or the scarf is part of what we manufacture, but our goal is to go through existing distribution channels, so to kind of build components that would go into existing products like clothing, so going through the sort of like licensing, I guess.
Do you have an idea of the cost?
So right now, to make a scarf, it costs us about $50. We can actually decrease that cost further, and our goal is to have this kind of base unit, as well as kind of replaceable modules, the sensors, based on the people's need, would be kind of recurring revenue as well.
I mean, if you had, so let's say you had this scarf, this technology in your scarf, if you, something you wear a scarf all the time, like how, oh, sorry, you're pointing. Like how long does it last?
Oh, you mean the batteries? Or?
Yeah, like the batteries or, you know.
Right, so basically it's rechargeable LiPo batteries. They would last you about 4 hours for the regular use. However, it really depends on which sensors or what kind of functionality you're looking for. So as I mentioned, sort of like an ecosystem, so it's going to be, depending on the specific use cases, we'll have like a tailored solution.
And then can you wash it?
Yeah, so this is one of the interesting components of it, is that it's actually everything is protected, so everything is insulated and washable, and those modules are removable. There is like a special connector that we are developed, which is part of our IP as well.
Okay, great. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Up next is Zero Infinity.
That I'm really glad I don't have on that smoking dress, because if I did, you wouldn't be able to see me. I think the room would be filled with smoke right now. I'm not used to talking in front of this many people.
Your time starts now.
Okay, my name is Chrissy White. I'm co-founder and CMO of Zero Infinity. We create mixed reality live experiences for venues and events. We focus on creating new types of entertainment, creating motion-based social experiences in public places to brand the personal MR device, target early adopters, and accelerate its mass adoption. Oops, sorry. See, this is why I don't want to be up here. I don't want to forget anything, so I'm going to get back to my notes. I'm sorry. Okay, so over the next 5 years, the mixed reality device will become the personal media device that society adopts and uses because of the depth and breadth of its social, practical, and entertainment capabilities. We believe that the evolution of AR is MR, and that as development continues, the bulky form that the MR headsets take on today will assume the sleek form of today's smart glasses, much like the ones pictured here by Meta. So, how do we get there, and what are the opportunities right now in the process of adoption? The best way to sell technology to consumers is by giving them experiences that they want to buy. An MR entertainment experience is 50% content and 50% context. It's not just about the content, because the setting in which we experience the content highly influences our perception of the overall experience. Our marketing methods, our pre-adoption marketing methods, will convince the target consumers of the device's value by allowing them to try it in an entertainment setting. They will strategically brand the device as cool in public with friends for fun and entertainment purposes. And they will sell it by connecting consumers with opportunities and the incentives to be the first to own the device. This is a demo that we've created called Zarzul. We're demoing it outside today, actually, so come and try it. To give you a bit of the context, it's taken outside at night on a cell phone looking through the HoloLens.
Access granted. Please enter the containment unit. Ionization high. Exit containment to reset. Ionization reset.
So, we will be running experience tents at festivals, raves, and concerts, where along with Zarzul, we'll be offering food, drink, merchandise, and interactive community art. This will brand our device partners' product with the target market, Gen Z, who will naturally be the first to adopt these new technologies and also will be willing to grow with them. People who attend these events are looking for something outside of this world, and that's exactly what we create. We're also working on 2 other MR games that will together make up the holographic arcade. This is a profitable amenity for hotels that monetizes event rooms when they're empty, which is actually about 70% of the time, and creates an exciting cutting-edge draw for the hotel chain to offer its guests. And finally, there's The Six, our music-based holographic movie experience. The audience shares in a 1-hour holographic movie production that is music-driven and takes place around the audience and throughout the space. Participants will interact with their friends, moving around the space, consuming food and drink, all while using the MR device in a nightclub lounge setting. This is a new form of entertainment, a new form of art, a new form of community. This is the future. We're a team of 3, raising seed capital to help us launch our sales strategies. We also have an amazing board of advisors, including Francis McDougall, who invented some of the technologies used in HoloLens. Thank you so much for listening. We're Zero Infinity. We create mixed reality experiences for venues and events to brand and fuel device adoption.
Thank you. Just a question on some of your business model. You're focusing on LBE, or location-based entertainment, which is great.
Yeah.
Are you renting these locations? Are you finding places to partner? How does that work?
Right now, we're talking with festival event planners who do festivals anywhere between 50 and 150,000 per event. And we're talking about actually being a part of, they often have many different components. So right now, we're talking about being a part of their festival.
Do you have an activation already planned to date, or are you still in the development process?
We're still in the development process right now.
Okay, that kind of goes on with my question. I was going to say, if you maybe if this has been kind of tested in that kind of environment, like a rave environment or a festival where there's a lot of people who are under the influence, that could be potentially dangerous. I mean, someone could, like, you know, just kind of trip out, okay?
Right.
It's like someone might freak out. I was like, just didn't, but I mean, that's kind of what would, or potentially like hurting something or someone around them.
Right.
I just, you know, I feel like someone could really trip out.
Right. Well, we'll be inside a tent, and we'll be one person per person who is using it. And that is what we're doing next, actually, is we will be going out to EDM festivals, concerts, raves, things like that.
Yeah, go to Digital Dreams and get a survey at everyone in the summer. You'll be like, whoa.
Right, exactly.
Are you working with other platforms? And
We-
MR, VR?
We aren't right now, but we are totally willing to, for sure.
Are you focusing on any particular genres of content, or do you feel like it's universal?
Well, right now we're kind of focused on just out of this world, alien, kind of, going to other planets and things like that. Mostly because we feel like the market that we're making this for, they want that out of this world experience. But I mean, the world is our oyster. We could go anywhere with it. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, up next is Blue Line. This is our final pitch. Okay, your time. I know, letting you drag the chair. Okay, your time starts now.
Some of you might play hockey, have kids that play, or at least you know someone that plays. And I'm sure we can all agree that getting dressed for hockey is a hassle. The dressing room, chaotic. And players spend hours each week hustling to dress in 13 or more different pieces of equipment that still leave critical gaps in safety. We're Oniric Hockey, and we developed a patented piece of lower body equipment for hockey players, an industry that is comprised of 1.1 million players in North America and over 6 million players globally. Our protective base layer improves safety and enhances performance while making it simple to dress for the game.
We've brought innovation to hockey equipment. Some of the features include shin pad pockets, so players can easily slide their shin pad into place. They don't need to fiddle with straps, then load on the tape. There's padding at the back of the leg to protect in areas that are currently left exposed, as well as a cut-resistant ankle to protect the Achilles from sharp skate blades. We're positioned as a premium product. Our youth model retails for $99 and adult for $129. Our profit margins this year, direct, are 60% and 30% through wholesale. In our first year, we are really focused on establishing our distribution channels and selling direct. Our distribution strategy now includes selling online through tournaments and team fittings and partnering with mid-market independents across Canada. Next year, we'll scale by focusing on larger retailers. Our target market are hockey parents with kids ages 5 to 13 and adult recreational hockey players. We'll be reaching them through online and in-store advertising, seeding products strategically, press outreach, and working with influencers. We'll also be generating endorsements with NHL alum, such as Theo Fleury. We just launched at the end of May 2016 and have great traction. Over $50,000 in revenue. We're in over 30 stores across Canada. We're working on a test order with Sport Check to test in the top 20 to 30 stores. We have great press coverage, and we scored a deal on Dragon's Den. Our goals this year are to partner with 75 dealers across Canada, achieve close to 100% sell-through, and due to the demand of our youth product, we'll be releasing our adult line this spring. Our projections this year are $500,000, spiking in prime hockey buying season, and next year, $2.8 million, giving us just a 3% market share.
Now, here's a bit about us. First and foremost, we're both hockey players. I'm Kayla, and this is Emily, and together our experience is in digital marketing, design, and sales. And we're not doing it alone. We have our technical designers in Hamilton, as well as our sales reps throughout the country, and we're supported by our mentors at Communitech and Accelerator Center. We're looking to raise $200,000 within the next 6 months, and we'll be using those funds for heavy marketing and brand awareness leading into the new hockey buying season, to help fund our next order of inventory, for R&D and prototyping on new products, and to travel into the US so that we can help establish our distribution there. We're Oniric Hockey, and we're dreaming different. Our mission is to bring innovation and more protection onto the ice so players can safely enjoy the game they love.
Very cool. So does what you guys sell specifically the pants that fits with an existing piece of hockey equipment?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So they're not replacing any equipment. The only thing they're replacing is the jock or Jill.
So in hockey, what normally goes the leg thing going? Sorry, I never played hockey.
So with hockey, you usually just wear this, and you have to strap it around the leg, and then it doesn't hold, so you have to put all this sock tape. So we just created a pocket so it holds it secure, and then you don't need as much tape. And then also, like especially with the younger kids, it takes them a long time to fiddle with these straps, so they can easily just get dressed themselves.
Yeah. Very cool.
Another question?
Oh.
So what's your grand, I mean, I know it's a grand vision already, but is there a super grand vision that you just aren't sharing with other people? Because obviously this is pretty far along. Like, are you gonna go up the body or hop sports?
Yeah, exactly, great question. Yeah, both. So right now we're working on an upper body piece. So we do have we're not just gonna be a single SKU company, we're going to be developing a whole line for hockey, and then soccer is the next sport that we're currently testing in as well.
Where are you doing your manufacturing?
So we're manufacturing, this order was in China, but we moved to Vietnam, got our cost down 100% for the next order.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to ask all the judges to meet me in the green room. So if you guys can head on over to the green room, which is over by the AV. So don't leave. We're only going to take, I swear to God, 5 minutes. I'm going to hustle all the judges together, and we're going to announce the winning pitch from this evening. And this team will be going on to Pittsburgh to the Alpha Lab Gear Hardware Cup. So just so you know, this is part of a national hardware cup that's been happening in cities all around the United States. This is the only city in Canada. All judges, go to the green room if you can. So Amanda and Amanda Costco, are you here? Oh, there you are, sorry. And Paula are going to start raffling off the emojis. There's some candy we're gonna grab, the flowers. So if all of the female founders that pitched, if you guys can all come up back on stage, this is how we're gonna do it. You guys didn't get a chance to ask these leaders questions. So we're gonna give you a chance to ask them questions while we deliberate. When you ask a question, you get an emoji pillow. Sounds like a good deal to me. I'll be right back. You guys have a mic, okay?
Come on up.
Ask your questions and you get a pillow. There you go. Oh.
Saw her hand up was up really early.
Oh, this is cool. Technology. Okay. So my question actually is, how do you find that we're going to be how do you find that the technologies that we're creating and the wearables, et cetera, as we're bringing them into our homes and into our individual lives? How are we going to do you find that we're going in a direction as well with VR and things like this, augmented reality, to psychologically help benefit in that way, in ways that are not necessarily specifically meditation based, but more in regards to the betterment of communication between individuals?
think the question is about how technologies are coming into our home and make us better communicators and people. Yeah. Well, I'll speak for myself. What we focus on is teaching kids how to make technology. Basically, coding is kind of like the fundamental of the making of the new 21st century. And I think in the next, say, 10, 20 years, we'll have like generations of kids who are technically proficient, and this is how we're gonna kind of change our behavior and social interactions and communication, hopefully for the better.
Hi, Diane Matias from SportFits. So the communication question's awesome. So our technology, the Fits, will do the communication for you because you don't always know if you're concussed. So it offers that solution for you.
We're going to make these questions really quick because I love the participation that I'm seeing right now. So if you can make your question like really pointed, make it really good, and speak really loud. And if you're going to speak to one of the presenters, call them out on it.
Radiation from wearable electronics. Any concerns, any testings you've done, and open for whoever wants to answer.
Okay, I'm totally taking this. I don't know if this is on. Okay, I'm totally taking this because my mother is always like, don't use your cell phone, like you're gonna get radiation. There's really nothing that's been proven. So if you look at the spectrum of like what light is and what energy is, okay, now it works. If you look at the spectrum of what light is and what energy is, the ionizing radiation represents a very, very small portion of the spectrum. I know I'm getting really sciencey. But the radio waves and things like that are not part of that spectrum. Historically, we've used them and they've never caused any kind of issues. Even radiation itself, like X-rays are often overhyped. If you were to fly to Europe right now, you'd get like the equivalent of like 10 chest X-rays, and they have not even found an increase in cancer in pilots. So I think a lot of it is more so marketing and education of people. Not saying that one day it might not be proven and that there might not be stuff, but right now there's not enough evidence to conclusively say that there is anything to be afraid of. Sorry.
Okay. So, quick question. The judges are out of the room now, so you can say anything honestly. What do you think is the biggest thing that will hold your business back? Like, what one thing could totally kill your company?
Money?
Other than money. Everybody always says money. Like, execution, patent problems. What's the challenge?
All of the above.
I think one of the biggest challenges, I think, is like trying to like really focus on a single kind of market that would really benefit from your technology as a creators. It's really kind of figuring out that product market fit, at least for platform solution like ours.
All right, I've got another question over here, rapid fire.
This is more for Natalia. I was just wondering, for your different materials, if you're looking into new materials, and if you're finding inspiration in like kind of like biology forms and stuff like that, just as like a research area.
Yeah, like I'm actually a kind of researcher or academic by training, so that kind of biological materials is what really inspired me, a lot of the work that I have been doing. So basically, you know, your cardiovascular system, like the way oxygen exchanges with the CO2. So those kind of things have led to inspiration, a lot of those catalytic fibers that we are developing, that we are weaving into this clothing. So yeah, for sure, that's a big component.
2 more questions. Andre, you're up.
So this is a question for little robot friends, right here. So the product is currently targeted towards kids, but there's a lot of adults in the world who want to learn coding as well. Is there a way that the product will evolve in the future to target and help adults in some way?
Right. So we market our little robot friends as appropriate for age 7 and up. You can be 108 and you can learn coding. But right now we're basically focusing on kids because we think that it's important to get, you know, like the little robot friends are designed to be gender neutral, and it's important to get a lot of girls into coding, and so, you know, the future generation and the next wave. And then in the future, we'll try to target to adults too, and that could be fun. We actually have a lot of adults, hobbyists who bought our products and constantly emailing us about certain software features and stuff.
All right, last question over here. Here we go.
Hi, I have a question for anyone on stage.
Being a founder is hard whether you are male or female, and I'm wondering what keeps you up at night.
Everything.
She said it before, but money, basically.
Money.
I mean, that keeps me up at night. There's a lot of stuff that we have to do as founders, but it's usually just bottom line and making sure that everything is still moving along, even though we're just trugging along. I don't know, it's complicated.
For me, it's creativity. That's when I get my ideas for things. So I'm up like till 6 a.m. half the time, just getting new ideas that I can use in what we're doing. So.
Okay, you guys all stay up here. If you actually just want to move over to the left here, I'm going to bring the judges back on stage. Big round of applause for all our finalists and for our judges today. Okay, so just so you know, the winner that we are about to announce is going to go to Pittsburgh to Alpha Lab Gear's Hardware Cup in the United States. And that is on April 19th for the pitch for $50,000 USD from Startbot VC. And an expense-paid trip to exhibit at Computex Taipei in 2017, which is a world-leading ICT IoT trade show, as well as free customized membership at Ascender co-working space and startup incubator. And on the Canadian side, we've thrown in a lot of extra things as well, including Music Smart Connected Headphones, the Champagne Edition, Bella Beat Smart Wellness Accessory, Netatmo Healthy Home Coach Unit, Daniel Christian Tang's 3D printed gold ring, as well as some services required to establish a U.S. subsidiary. And we will be assisting the winner in getting to Pittsburgh as well, and so which is a big deal. So drum roll, please. Oh, you guys are awesome. I just love it here. I really do. I can't tell you enough. So you are all winners in our eyes, but we had to pick one. And based on the pitch and the market potential, we have selected Penta Medical as the winner of this pitch competition. So Alexa, come on up. Thank you so much. Do you want to say a few words?
I love all of you. Thank you.
Okay, everybody, that concludes our sessions today. Please go out and enjoy the Meta Mixer. Candy's for sale, all goes to donations. We still have a lot of alcohol out there. Please drink responsibly. But we have a lot of tech as well. So thank you so much for joining us and supporting this event. Thank you so much. And big thank you to our sponsor. with that one.